Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all to the 2024 State Wisconsin Shorthorn Show. We'd like to start this morning by singing the national anthem. If you could all rise and remove your hats. Keely Evertson will be coming over to sing that for us today.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched was so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you very much. I would like to introduce our judge this morning. We have Emily Fry here to judge our junior show. And we will get started with showmanship.
Good morning, everyone. Let's give these contestants a round of applause for showmanship this morning. For starters, I'll cut to the chase. There's two young ladies in here that have certainly burned a hole in the side of my head and the back side of my head this morning and have gotten their heifers pretty set on the moment. They answer my questions with confidence and poise, and they've been keeping their animals put together nicely and following in line. So there'll be two young ladies out here. I'll be the first lady up here with a redneck roan, and then the lady with the Shorthorn in the back will be your reserve. So those two, give a round of applause, okay? Thank you very much.
Your champion senior showman goes to Katie Olson. And reserve goes to Kelsey Cooney. Now entering the ring, intermediate showmanship.
Let's give our intermediate division a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I will say it was a little tougher in this heat. Is there... Okay. For your champion was kind of an easy decision right out of the gate. She has been staring me down. She's very collected, put together, smooth in her transitions, always has her heifer set in that moment. It's the young lady in the red. She'll be your champion. When it comes to reserve, it's kind of a tough decision for me. There's two young ladies out here that are very composed, and they're staring me down, keeping that eye contact, very smooth and fluid in their moments. It's more of just who's got them parked and put together all in one time. So the young lady in the pink long sleeve shirt will be reserve. Young lady in the vest should be your honorable mention. She's doing a great job. That bull calf just want to keep dancing with her. But overall, give her a round of applause. Thank you.
Your champion intermediate showman goes to Courtney Rathke. And reserve goes to Brooklyn Dukacek. Up next, we will be having junior showmanship, and there is only one class of this. Aaliyah Edmondson and Kennedy Cowan. Junior showmanship is entering the ring now.
From Indiana, and then I now live in Sioux Center, Iowa.
I would also like to make a quick announcement while we are waiting for those juniors to arrive. Please remember to take home all of your bedding and manure with you when you leave today. And then place all of your garbage in the blue bins that are around the fairgrounds. Thank you.
Let's give our junior division a round of applause this morning. For this division is a little tougher in terms of keeping them, deciding of which ones I want to keep back in terms of in my mind of where we're in the rankings. It was kind of a little bit of scramble until they kind of just fell into place. This young man right here, Thorn meets all these roses. He's doing a phenomenal job. He was always watching me. He's got his steer set. When he's in a little moment, give a quick circle and get him back into place. So he'll be your champion. For reserve, it was kind of a flip of a coin. There's two young ladies in here, actually there's quite a few in him, that have keeping their eye contact with me. Is more of just when they've got their heifer set, put in place, no movements, not going on. Kind of be careful in terms of where you're at in the lineup and placing of where you stop and when we're moving. But that being said, the young lady in the purple will be your reserve. She's got her heifer set all time. She just got a little moment lost in the day. So let's give these guys a round of applause.
Your champion intermediate showman goes to Colton Blank, and your reserve goes to Anna Hybe. As a quick announcement, when you guys are leaving the ring, please leave on the south side of the building. That way you guys do get your awards for taking part in showmanship. Now entering the ring, beginner showmanship.
Let's give our beginners a round of applause this morning. I will admit there are 4 contestants out here. They're doing a phenomenal job. Either their animals are working with them or they're working against them, and they're keeping their composure with them. I will say there are 2 honorable mentions in this group. In terms of intensity of eye contact and just keeping themselves in line and all put together, there's a couple young ladies out here that are doing a phenomenal job. I will say there's one lady above all of them. She's very intense with her eye contact, very well put together, and just kind of make sure her animal's aligned. It's the young lady in the burnt orange shirt, whatever you want to call it. She'll be your champion. And then when it comes down to that, there's a couple more that come into play. They've never moved, never done anything that's going to throw them out of line. The young lady with the steer down here, she's very intense and has her eyes just watching me the whole time, hasn't moved or anything. She'll be reserved. The young lady in the purple pinstripe, her heifer just keeps fighting her in line. So if she was just a little more put together, she'd be a little more relaxed, but she does a phenomenal job herself. And the young man up here, he does a great job too. Just a couple moments in that feet movement, and you got to watch me all the time and make sure your steer's head up. But let's give all of them a round of applause, okay? Thank you. This young lady in the yep.
Your champion beginner showman goes to Carly Pfaff, and your reserve goes to Lily Hibicki. Now entering the ring will be novice showmanship. And after that, we will be starting our steer show.
Let's give our novice showman a round of applause this morning. It's so great to see all these young kids out here. It's really exciting for the future, and I know there's going to be a lot of great showmen out of here. There is one in particular that has certainly caught my eye at the gate. It's this young man in the paisley shirt with a bull calf. He'll be your champion, and from there, kind of a little hit or miss in terms of eye contact, but we're at that young age, so I won't penalize him too much. This young man here with the steer will be reserve, and then there's a lot of honorable mentions. The young lady with snowflakes got a smile on her face the whole time, even though she just wants to keep circling her. That's perfectly fine. She's a good showman. And the young lady behind her in the braid, she's doing a phenomenal job. You just got to get to watch your contact because she's going to be a bright showman one day. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Your champion novice showman goes to Ty Mulhaney, and your reserve goes to Hank Pfaff. I would also like to make the announcement that if you purchased a red shirt online this year, please pick them up from Melinda in the concession stand. Please have them picked up before you leave today. Thank you. Now entering the ring is Class 1A Shorthorn steers.
Let's give our first class of steers a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I will say the first thing that struck me really hard is this pair of white steers, and I'm a sucker for white steers. I just love them so much. Its initial top pair, you could flip either one of them. I'm not opposed if you want to take the more compact boulder out of a steer and second over this other one. In my opinion, the steer is a little more further along in terms of his condition. He's more ripe in terms of his stage in this stage of the game. He's just more complete and smoother in his lines. They're both solid steers. There's just something about him, how he blends together, still bold about his rib. Yeah, I'd like to give him a shot more shape in terms of his upper hip, but still, that's a solid steer. Young lady in second, he's just a more compact, stouter version of that of his hip. There's just at times you watch him, and I just don't quite like how you ties at the backside of his blade, one that gets a little hesitant on those back legs. Then from there in third, the young lady's got a solid meat and potatoes kind of steers, got a good foundation, width and base, as well as bold about his rib. The young lady with the redneck roan, he's a solid steer, so actually one of the flexible, freer moving ones. Just need to give him a shot more muscle. Then the remaining steers after there just have some composition and body shape that I like to intense, and as well as muscle pattern in that instance. So thank you.
Our Class 1 winner goes to Kennedy Cowan. Second goes to Brooklyn Dockensteck. And third place goes to Lily Hibicki. Now entering the ring is Class 1B Shorthorn Steers. In our second class of Shorthorn steers, I'm not going to lie, it was kind of
interesting trio of a lineup. Composition-wise, you got to throw that out of the way. In terms of just being a muscle, boldness of spring of rib, and body shape of muscle, the steer that's got the least amount of problems with me is this young man right here with a redneck roan. That's a pretty solid steer. He's boulder out of his cage, ties into a hip, still has some muscle pattern and shape. Pretty solid steer that causes me the least amount of problems. And then from there, young lady with the really freaked out neck steer certainly has some shoulder blade and knee action problems that I'd like to change and fix. Still is boulder about his hip. The young man in third, he's got more of a feedlot steer, one that needs to be tweaked in terms of his hip and shape dimension, a little plainer about his backside of his blade. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
Our Class 2 steer winner goes to Colton Blank, second goes to Carly Pfaff, and third goes to Leighton Sabisky. At this time, we will be picking our champion Shorthorn steer. With that, we will also be offering a new trophy this year. It will be a traveling trophy. There is one for the junior purebred steer as well as the junior purebred heifer. At an early age, Dale had a passion for shorthorn cattle and farming. Dale was born and raised on a family century dairy in Durand, Illinois. Dale got his first shorthorn heifer at the age of 14, and from then on, he always wanted to own and operate a farm raising beef cattle. He began his lifelong farming career in 1949. He married Jean Nebeck in 1952, and together they carried out the family tradition, owning and operating farmland, milking cows, and raising beef cattle. Together they raised 3 children, Barb, Bonnie, and Charlie, who also have a love for shorthorn cattle and were very active in 4-H and many livestock organizations. His grandchildren have also exhibited at many county and state level shows. Dale grew his shorthorn herd to 60 cows, and in the early 1980s began selling heifers and steers to other families involved in 4-H under Bennett Shorthorns. Many of these families participated at county, national, and state level exhibitors and raised many champions from his farm. Dale truly enjoyed working together with other families, supporting their projects, and coming to watch their show and succeed. Dale passed away in 2007. His son Charlie and family continue to carry on his family tradition and continue to work with young exhibitors. In closing, Dale was a man of honesty and integrity in the cattle industry and would be proud of each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and commitment to your animal. Have fun and continue to make family memories.
In our champion drive of shorthorn steers, I'll keep it short and sweet. You guys can probably already tell what my soft spot is. There's 2 steers in here that just kind of knocked out of the park for me, and I can certainly see them doing very well at Junior Nationals in Maryland. So I'm going to give these guys a round of applause. Your Class 1 winners, the white steers, will be your champion in reserve.
Your champion shorthorn steer goes to Kennedy Cowan, and your reserve goes to Brooklyn Dotchenstedt. Now entering the ring is Class 2 ShorthornPlus steers. This will be your only ShorthornPlus steer class.
Let's give our ShorthornPlus class a round of applause. I'm actually going to keep the cattle out of the R right now. The young man with the blue roan steer is bold, powerful, wide-chested. He's got the muscle pattern and build that I like. He's something like get him in motion. You like to tweak him in his hock and ankle ever so slightly, but overall that's a solid ShorthornPlus steer right there, and he'll be your champion. The young lady behind him, the black and white steer, emulates him in terms of his width and boldness and shape out of his rib cage. Still has some turn to his lower leg and stifle, just a little plainer about his head, and like to tweak him in terms of his ankle and hock. The young lady in third with Shorty over here, that's a solid meat and potatoes kind of steer, one that's still got the extra width and power, or the remaining two behind her just need to be tweaked in terms of their muscle pattern, a little flatter and plainer, and overall, let's give these guys a round of applause. Thank you.
Your champion ShorthornPlus steer goes to Caden Cowan, and your reserve champion goes to Evie Gansky. We will be taking a quick 5-minute break so the judge can take pictures with our champion steers. Thank you. All right, we are ready to start our heifer show. So now entering the ring is Class 3 Winter Heifer Calves. This will also be a single entry.
For our first class of Shorthorn heifers, if this is the quality that we start off with, I cannot wait for the rest of the day. This young lady with the three heifers got a phenomenal, feminine, smooth, attractive sound heifer that still has some body shape and dimension. This calf's got a bright future, and I really can't wait to see how she does with the competition later in the day.
Your Class 3 champion, as well as your Division 1 champion, goes to Jocelyn Bischel. Now entering the ring, Class 4 Senior Heifer Calves. The winner out of this class will also be your Division 2 champion.
For our second class of Shorthorn heifers, the one that starts off today just has the extra performance, power, and body. Yes, in motion, she does get a little up in her spine, a little shorter out of her hip, but get her parked on the standstill, and that's certainly an attractive, upright, smooth-bladed heifer. The one in second just has a little more gas in the tank in terms of flexibility, being able to level her out of her top line and fluid out of her hip. That one just needs a little bit more time for the later competition. And the young man with the redneck crone over here in third, that's certainly a nice, solid, bold-bodied heifer. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Your Class 4 winner goes to Caitlin Olson, and your second place goes to Morgan Eng. These are also your Division 2 champions. Now entering the ring, Class 6 Late Spring Yearling Heifers. This is a single entry class.
Nice single entry here today. A pretty solid heifer, square, bold body, and an attractive. Just a little deeper about her chest floor for me today, but a pretty solid heifer. Can't wait for competition later on.
Sorry for the confusion. That was Class 5 Summer Yearling Heifers. That was also your Division 3 champion. Congratulations, Katie Olson.
Brad. That was 3 right away. Get her back.
Now entering the ring is Class 6 Late Spring Yearling Heifers.
I'm going to leave these heifers as they stand. The young man with the white heifer, certainly a bolder, stouter, powerful feeling. The one that gets a little quicker in maturity pattern, but that's a pretty solid heifer to start off the class with. And then from there, it's kind of a pick your poison situation. I'll pick the more refined, elegant-headed, long-bodied heifer who does get a little nickel round out of her hip and a little plainer in her makeup. And we'll run off the class with a young lady who's certainly got a bold-bodied, production orientated heifer. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Your Class 6 winner goes to Cole Cowan. Second place goes to Kylie Stelzer. Yeah, I'm waiting for another class. Now entering the ring, Class 7 late spring yearling heifers. After this class, we will also need the winners from the previous class back in the ring for division.
Let's give a round of applause for our class of females right here. In all honesty, an interesting set of females, ones that certainly are very contrasting in their types and kinds. I'll stick to the bolder, powerful, constructed, bold-bodied female that starts off the class. Yeah, she's a nickel courser about her head and shoulder blade, a little plainer out of her hip, but one that certainly just comes with some positives in terms of growth and development. Now, the young lady in second certainly got a production-orientated female, one you like to correct her in terms of her shoulder and her hip. And the remaining class, two elegant females that just get a little flatter, plainer, and two-dimensional for me, but ones that certainly have some good things about them in the end. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Your class winner from Class 7 goes to Jacob Bergman. Second goes to Matilda Roycraft. Now entering the ring is your Division 5 champion.
For our champion drive, there's an obvious winner out here in this heat. That's the young man up front with the paisley shirt. He'll be your champion. And then from there, it's kind of a contrasting pair for reserve. In terms of just body shape and dimension and overall production, I'll stick with your other class winner, and let's keep the two white heifers together.
Your Division 5 champion goes to Cole Cowan, and your reserve goes to Jacob Bergman. Now entering the ring, Class 8 Early Spring Yearling Heifers.
starting off this class, we're going to leave the heifers as they're standing right here. The young man with the white heifer, certainly attractive and certainly put together and assembles nicely. Once you get past her shoulder, just a little coarse and open up front, but still an overall nice solid female. It has some width of pin shape. The heifer in second, certainly a bold-bodied or production-orientated, solid female. One, when you get her in motion, she gets a nickel sharp about her hock. Just need a little more action out of her joints to give me a little up higher in the day. And the young lady with the slick-haired red heifer, that's a pretty solid cow in the making. One that just needs a little extra to compete with the females in front of her. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Your Class 8 winner goes to John Reby, and your second place goes to Phoenix Subert. Now entering the ring, Class 9 late spring yearling females.
Let's give a round of applause for these heifers out here today. One that starts off your class, enter the ring, and I said, boom, there's your class winner. That's a long, elegant, attractive, wide, productive, orientated female. One that's getting a little deeper in her chest for me, but that's being awful critical on a pretty solid heifer. The one that follows in second, she's got the structural correctness in terms of being more fluid, level out of her hip and square up high. Yeah, she gets a little higher up in terms of her flank, but still an attractive female. The one that's in third, man, that's a bold, wide, upper width pace female. female, one that gets a little coarser about her head, straighter about her hip, and just needs a little more flex out of her motion. And the last heifer, one that's a pretty solid female, just falls behind in terms of the growth curve when compared to the females in front of her. Let's give them all a round of applause. I think you guys need to stay for a champion drive. Division, champion, division.
Your Class 9 winner goes to Brooklyn Dukenchek, and second place goes to Anna Habicki. Now entering the ring, Class 5 division champion.
For our division drive, we're going to start off pretty obvious. The young lady with the red heifers is going to be your division winner. Sorry about that. She's got an overall performance, just simply knocks it out of the park for this group. And then for reserve, kind of gets a little decision orientated, kind of pick your poison in that instance. And to be honest, I'm going to pick the young man with the white heifer for you in reserve. Give them all a round of applause.
Your division champion goes to Brooklyn Dukenchek, and your reserve goes to John Reby. Now entering the ring, Class 10 Junior Yearling Females. The winner of this class will also be your Division 6 champion.
Let's give all contestants a round of applause with this class today. Young lady in black that starts off the class, that just reads like a female. She's long, she's elegant, she's sound, still has some body shape and dimension. Just an overall complete heifer that doesn't have any big problems for me today. The young man with the redneck roan, that's certainly a bold-bodied, stout, powerful female, one that just gets a little coarser about her sheath, a little coarse about her head, and one that just doesn't hit me with the overwhelming elegance up front like the female ahead of her. The young lady in third, that's just a bold-bodied, moderate production kind of female, one that needs to be tweaked in terms of her foot and size and bone. And the last two heifers of the class today, certainly attractive and elegant, just to read a little plainer and flatter about their makeup for me. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Your Class 10 winner and Division 6 champion goes to Kelsey Cooney, and reserve goes to Jacob Bergman. I would also like to make a quick announcement that any bred and owned heifers, please come back after the selection of the Shorthorn heifers for your champion bred and owned female. Now entering the ring is Class 11 senior yearling females.
For a single entry, certainly an impressive, productive cow look, certainly elegant, attractive, bold-bodied, overall a solid female. Let's see what she looks like when comparing with the rest of the lineup. Let's give her a round of applause.
Your Class 11 winner and your Division 7 champion goes to Caitlin Olson. We will now be selecting our champion purebred Shorthorn female.
For our final drive, let's give all these contestants a round of applause and really appreciate the cattle out here today. I won't get really sappy or whatever, just got to pick our females, but I really appreciate coming out here to judge this show. It really means a lot to me. You may not know, but I'm a fourth-generation Shorthorn producer from Indiana, currently live in Iowa, and just coming out here has been a great aspiration of mine to just kind of judge a Shorthorn show. My mom reminded me how full circle it is for me to come to for my first ever jackpot with my family and to be like, wow, if I get to do this one day, this can be so fun. And now that I'm here judging the show, it's kind of pretty awesome to be here. So I'm going to go pick the cattle I really like. There's two out here that certainly resonated with me all day and kind of stuck with me for the long haul. I'll go pick your champion in reserve. Your champion Shorthorn female goes to Brooklyn Dukensteck. Very sorry. Your reserve champion female goes to Jocelyn Bishel. Congratulations to all of our Heifers exhibitors. We will now be starting our short... Oh. What? And now we will be doing our bred and owned champion. All bred and owned Shorthorn females, please come back. For our Bred and Owned drive, something pretty honorable to be out here, and I commend all of you for raising and breeding your own stock. It's pretty impressive. Really proud moment for you guys. There's two females out here that I'll pick for your champion reserve. Let's give them all a round of applause. Your champion bred and owned female goes to Kelsey Cooney. And your reserve champion goes to Caitlin Olson. We will now be moving on to our purebred Shorthorn cow-calf pairs. We will give them 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes to take pictures with the judge before starting the pair show.
We're at home, and we wanted to get her on our spring schedule, so we just brought her to the calf next spring, and she decided that she's going to start making milk and take our bottle breeding under her. Never had a calf, but she's milking. Yeah. I think that puppy's got some little boy that gives him treats.
No, regular doesn't get treats. He sits there and waits for Jackson to turn his head and it just takes it out of his hand.
We'll wait for you.
Can I come with? Can I come with? Can I come with?
You said it's my fault I'm not turning them. You know what that? Huh? Go on, Chip.
All right, now entering the ring will be purebred Shorthorn cow-calf pairs. This will be a single entry.
We don't have a female. So we should run purebred cow-calf pair because
Yeah, I'm not sure that was, me and Andy got for it. Me and Andy are just like, Dirk did found it on me. And it did happen.
For your cow-calf pair division, a pretty solid pair. We really appreciate these guys coming out here. I know it takes a lot of hard work and dedication to do a cow-calf pair for showing. Pretty bright future for that calf. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
All right, your champion Shorthorn cow-calf pair goes to Jackson Britsky. We will give them a few minutes to take a quick picture, and we will get started right back up with our ShorthornPlus Heifers.
okay.
Now entering the ring is Class 13 Junior ShorthornPlus calves. This will be a single entry.
Starting off our plus division with a single injury. Let's give her a round of applause. Certainly appreciate this heifer calf. One that's certainly long and elegant and ladylike in her feature. Let's see how she compares at the final drive. Let's give her a round of applause.
Your Class 13 and Division 1 champion goes to Phoenix Subert. Now entering the ring is Class 14 late spring yearling females. This will be also your Division II champions.
Let's give these ladies a round of applause for their 2 heifers. I'm going to leave them as they stand. That black heifer just comes with a shot more depth and dimension to her lower center rib and body. Structure on both these females could be tweaked, so I'll just side it with the black heifer, one that just puts together a smooth, attractive package. And the lady with the red heifer, one that you can appreciate in terms of her length, the spine, and skeleton, one that just needs a little shot more oomph to her when you step in from behind. Give these 2 ladies a round of applause.
Your Class 14 and Division II champion go to Rafi Foodie, and your reserve go to Riley Birch. Now entering will be Class 15 Spring Yearling Females. This will also be your Division III champion.
You can just scratch her nut. Let's give her a round of applause for having heifers. Certainly rather go back to bed. Do not blame her. Overall, we appreciate this single entry in terms of her attractiveness and build, one that certainly could stand some competition later on the day. Let's give her a round of applause.
Your Class 15 and Division III champion go to Leah Edmondson. Now entering the ring will be Class 16 Junior Yearling Females. This will also be your Division IV champion. And directly after this, we will be picking our champion ShorthornPlus heifer, if we could have all of our class winners and second places back after.
Let's give these young ladies a round of applause. I'm going to start off the class with the white-sided heifer, one that just reads with maternal cow power on the standstill. She's bold, she's powerful. One you like to change her in terms of her hind wheel construction and motion. And the young lady with the heifer in behind, one that you can appreciate just for her boldness and roundness of shape to her rib cage, one that gets a nickel rounder out of her hip. Overall, let's give these two entries a round of applause.
Your Class 16 and Division 4 champion goes to Kelsey Cooney, and reserve goes to Kenzie Everson. Congratulations. We will now be selecting our champion ShorthornPlus heifer.
Come up real crazy.
For our plus drive, let's give these gals a round of applause. I'll go out and pick your champion in reserve. You can certainly appreciate this duo right here. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Your champion ShorthornPlus heifer goes to Kelsey Cooney, and reserve goes to Rafi Futi.
No, you're fine.
We will now give them a few minutes to take photos with the judge before starting our ShorthornPlus cow-calf pairs. Just a quick announcement for anybody who is wondering. At the conclusion of the bull show, we will be taking a quick 15-minute break to allow the judge to take pictures with our champion and reserve champion bulls, and then we'll be jumping right into our open show. Thank you. Now entering the ring is Class 17, our ShorthornPlus cow-calf pair.
Let's give a round of applause for our ShorthornPlus cow-calf pair. These young ladies are doing a phenomenal job with them right now. One, you can appreciate the cow in terms of her udder placement, and you're going to refine her teeth structure ever so slightly. That's a really nice heifer calf she's got on her. Can't wait to see how that one turns out later on in life. Let's give these girls a round of applause.
Your champion ShorthornPlus cow-calf pair goes to Piper Merfeld. We will give them a few moments to take a quick picture. And then we'll be jumping directly into our purebred Shorthorn bulls, starting off with Class 18 junior bull calves. Now entering the ring is Class 18 Junior Bulls. This will also be your Division 1 champion.
Single entry on this bull calf, and one can certainly appreciate this little stud. He just reads with me, an absolute man. He's masculine, rugged at his age, good feet, good build on him. One you can certainly appreciate in terms of him being maturing up down the road. One that gets a nickel strike out of his hip, but that's being critical in a nice little bull calf. Let's give our single entry right now a round of applause.
Your Division 1 champion for Shorthorn Bulls goes to Abby Giddings. Now entering the ring is Class 19 Winter Bull Calves. This will also be your Division 2 champion.
Another single entry, and certainly can appreciate this roan steer, or bull calf, sorry. One is pretty bold about the center portion of his rib, deep about his body shape. One that still reads with a masculine, rugged head. I like to tweak him in terms of his hock and ankle placement. Certainly give this young lady a nice round of applause.
Your Class 19 and Division 2 champion go to Kenzie Everson. Now entering the ring is Class 20 Senior Bull Calves. This will also be your Division 3 champion.
The solid red bull calf, one you can appreciate from in terms of his elegance up front, one that reaches a little more refined about his feature. Pretty solid, square-made bull calf. Let's give her a round of applause.
Your Class 20 and Division 3 champion go to Keely Everson. Now entering the ring is Class 21 Late Spring Yearling Bulls. This will also be your Division 4 champion.
Our redneck roan single entry, certainly impressive in terms from the profile, one that just reads real smooth and ties in attractive from the side, yet still reads with a masculine head, has a pretty solid sized foot on him, one that certainly be interesting the more he further along matures later on. Let's give this single entry a round of applause.
Your Class 21 and Division 4 champion are Ty Mulhaney. Now entering the ring is Class 22 Early Spring Yearling Bulls. This will also be your Division 5 champion.
Let's give a round of applause for this redneck known bull calf. One you can certainly appreciate in terms of his masculinity about his head shape and assembly. He's smooth and attractive. Yes, I'd like to see him with a shot more depth of rib and dimension to his lower 1/3. One you can appreciate from the side. Let's get all these bull calves back out here and give them all a round of applause.
Your Class 22 and Division 5 champion Shorthorn Bull goes to Caitlin Olson. We will now be selecting our Grand and Reserve Purebred Shorthorn Bulls.
For our champion Shorthorn Bull final drive, let's give all these contestants a round of applause. I know they're all single entries, but they still certainly hold quality each individually for one of them. There's a pair out here that's certainly interesting to me. I'll go ahead and just name them for you. Your champion will be the older, mature bull, and then your reserve will be the young lady up front. Let's give them all a round of applause. They will also be your champion bred and owns, that's what I hear.
Your champion Shorthorn Bull and Bred and Owned Bull goes to Caitlin Olson. Reserve goes to Addie Giddings. She will also be your reserve champion Bred and Owned Bull. We will give them a few moments to take a quick picture, and then we will jump right into our ShorthornPlus bulls. And as we are wrapping up our junior show, I just want to make the announcement again that if you purchased a red shirt this year online, please make sure that you pick them up from Melinda in the concession stand prior to leaving today. Thank you. Megan Walter, please bring your Shorthorn Plus bull to the ring. We will be starting our Shorthorn Plus bull show. Thank you. Now entering the ring is Class 19, Junior Yearling Bull. Oops, sorry. Now entering the ring is Class 23, Senior Bull Calves in the Shorthorn Plus show.
Single entry, this blue roan bull is actually pretty attractive from the side. Stout in his feature, rugged in his makeup, bold about his lower rib and dimension. Certainly a muscular orientated bull. Let's give this young man a round of applause.
Your Class 23 champion goes to Landon Britsky. He is also your Division I champion. Now entering the ring is Class 19 Junior Yearling Bulls. This will also be your Division II champion.
This roan bull is certainly a masculine, rugged, orientated bull. One that's bolder about the center portion of his rib. Certainly comes with some foot and feature. Let's get these two back out here for your final drive and see what it looks like.
Congratulations to our Division II Shorthorn Plus Bull champion, Megan Walter. We will now be picking our Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus Bull.
Let's give a round of applause for our Shorthorn Plus Bull division. Certainly appreciate these two bulls. We're going to start with the young man's blue roan as your champion and the young ladies as your reserve. Certainly appreciate both of them. Let's give them a round of applause.
Our champion Shorthorn Plus bull goes to Landon Britsky, and your reserve goes to Megan Walter. That will conclude our junior show. I would like to give a quick thank you to our judge, Emily Fry, for taking the time today to come out and judge our Shorthorn show. We will also be taking a quick 15-minute break to allow them to take pictures, and then we will be starting our open show. All right, we would like to start the open show now. Our judge, Eric McClure, here is ready to go. So we will be starting with our ShorthornPlus bulls. Now entering the ring is Class 101 Senior Bull Calves.
Well, good morning, or good afternoon, I guess. I want to start by saying thank you to everybody for having me out here. Starting with the first class of ShorthornPlus bulls. Nice bull calf to start here. You have to appreciate the mass, foot, bone, the way he uses, the way he gets out and travels. I love the way he ties his spine into the backside of his blade. You know, if I'm getting nitpicky on him, I'd love to see him tie his muscle down a little bit lower into his stifle and into his twist. But a really nice bull calf and a really nice way to start this ShorthornPlus bull show.
Your Class 101 and Division I champion ShorthornPlus goes to Landon Britsky. Now entering the ring is Class 102 Junior Yearling Bulls.
Another nice single entry here. Bull you have to appreciate for the length of spine, the way he ties everything together through his heart and forerib. One that we really appreciate. I'd love to see him maybe a little more comfortable on his feet, maybe a little longer in his hip. Just get out in stride with just a little bit more comfortable, with a little more comfortable stride. But one you have to appreciate when he stands still, the look that he can give you. We'll see what these look like in the Grand Drive.
Your Class 102 and Division II champion goes to J.C. Walter Farms. We will now be picking our Grand and Reserve ShorthornPlus bulls.
Well, you got two different kinds for sure in this, kind of like we alluded to in class, and I think it's just what you like to see. I mean, I think you got a little bit better built, a little bit little bit more flexible, a little more comfortable bull that comes out of the first class that just gives you a little bit more of that show ring presence. And then you got a little bit more of a product-oriented bull that comes out of the second class that, like I alluded to, would love to see him get out of the ring, get out and get around the ring with just a little more comfortability. Two very, very nice representatives of your breed, and I think it's just where you want to go, what kind of cattle you like. So for me today, I'm a show ring oriented guy. I really like the young man's calf out of class 1 to be your champion and the young lady's calf out of class 2 to be your reserve.
Your champion Shorthorn Plus bull goes to Landon Britsky, and your reserve goes to J.C. Walter. We will be moving into our purebred Shorthorn bulls. We will be taking a few moments to allow our judge to take a quick picture. We will now be starting our purebred Shorthorn bull show. First up, we have Class 101 entering the ring. This will also be your Division 1 champion.
Well, really nice young bull calf here to start the purebred bull division. One, you gotta love the heaviness of structure. The size of his feet and legs is pretty incredible. And to do that, and he still uses them what I would call relatively correctly. I'm pretty comfortable with the way he gets around the ring. I love the angle to his blade. I love the muscle. I love the presence that he comes to us in. You know, if I want to pick on him, I'd love to see his flank maybe just be a little bit more mature, but he is a young bull calf. Hard to get too hard on him for that right this second, but a really interesting young calf, one that'll be really interesting to see as we get a little bit further into the bull show.
Your class 103 and Division 1 champion goes to Tag Livestock. Now entering the ring is Class 104. This will also be your Division 2 champion.
A nice calf here in our second class. One you have to appreciate for his presence, the way he gets himself tied in out of the front side of his blade, and that up-headed, eye-appealing look, the way he gets around the ring. If you want to pick on him, maybe I'd love to see him maybe have a little bit more maturity, a little bit more bull, maybe in the way his head and his neck is shaped, and maybe a little bit out through his hip and stifle, but really nice calf, really nice one to see a little bit later on.
Your Class 104 in Division 2 goes to Country K Shorthorns. Now entering the ring is Class 105 Late Spring Yearling Bulls. This will also be your Division 3 champion.
Another nice single entry here. One you have to appreciate how soft and maternal he is while still being built perfect off of both ends of his skeleton. Pretty well just floats across the ring. Pretty impressive purebred Shorthorn bull, one that I think would be really, really interesting to see here a little bit later.
Your Class 105 and Division 3 champion goes to Signature Farms. Now entering the ring will be Class 106 Early Spring Yearling Bulls. This will also be your Division 4 champion.
Another really nice single entry. One you have to appreciate. I love how square he is out of the backside of his pin set and out over his hip, all the way down through his stifle and his hind leg. Ties himself together incredible out of the front end of his structure. You know, if I'm nitpicking on him, I'd love to see his knee maybe sit back just a little bit more comfortable. You'd love to see him maybe be just a little softer right through the middle part of his framework there, but one that's really starting to show some maturity and some bull characteristic and a pretty interesting purebred Shorthorn bull.
Your Class 106 and Division 4 champion goes to Caitlin Olson. We will now be selecting our grand champion purebred Shorthorn bull.
Well, an interesting lineup of purebred Shorthorn bulls because they don't really fit together very well. I'm not gonna lie, but you get a bunch of single entries. That's what you get. So I want to talk through them just so you guys can hear what I'm seeing. I guess whenever I look down through these, we'll start here with the Class 1, the one that I believe is probably the most genuine in his muscle shape and his heaviness of structure. I love the way he is constructed from the shoulders back. Framework is still really, really, really good. He gets out and travels. You know, I've touched on his flank a little bit. Maybe back out here, I don't know if it's just first show out or what. The design to his hock maybe concerns me just a little bit from a long-term standpoint. So you get into the question, do you want to predict him or do you want to use him the way he is today? It's a little tough on a young bull like that where you want to go, but one that I genuinely appreciate for having the extra power and the extra width and the extra shape in this lineup of purebred Shorthorn bulls. Your one that comes out of your second class, like we talked in class, is probably the most refined about his head and neck and his bone work. Very, very, very good-looking calf. One that today probably just needs a shot of condition, probably a shot of hair, maybe just more than anything. He's in an awkward time in his life. Just needs a little bit of time, probably to get in here and compete with some of the bulls on either end. However, very, very nice calf, very nice breed representative. Your one that comes out of your third class, I think that's the show bull, right? I mean, he outlines as good as any of them. When you stand here 40 feet away, I mean, that's the way we want show cattle to look in the show ring. I mean, that's pretty impressive critter. But it's one that from the side bothers me a little bit, that I just wonder if there's enough of him for a Shorthorn bull. But I get in behind him, I could go either way depending on the day. But very, very, very nice Shorthorn bull calf there. I love his framework, love his structure, love the way he gets out around the ring. And then your big bull coming out of your last class. We talked about him. He is the heaviest muscle to the two big bulls. You know, he has that extra foot and bone. He has that extra width out of the top side of his skeleton. One we touched on, is he soft enough? And so I guess I think that you kind of got to make your own decision on what you like here in this, because there's four different types and kinds, and if somebody wants to argue with me and flip a pair, I probably won't argue back that hard, because I think it's up to everybody else in the way they like their cattle to be presented. So I'm going to go out here and I'm going to get you a Grand and Reserve, and we'll keep on moving. Thank you.
Your champion Shorthorn bull goes to Signature Farms. Your reserve champion purebred bull goes to Tag Livestock. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors. We'll give the judge a quick moment to take a few pictures, and then we will be moving into our ShorthornPlus females. Just kidding, cow-calf pairs. ShorthornPlus cow-calf pairs will be up next. Now entering the ring is Class 108, cow-calf pairs of the Shorthorn Pluses. Following this class, we will go right into our Shorthorn Plus Heifers.
Well, nice Shorthorn Plus cow here for our Shorthorn Plus cow show. You know, I love her framework, love the way she gets around the ring. You know, it is a cow-calf pair show. I'd love to see a little bit more udder development. I'm sure that there is a story behind there somewhere, but a really nice breed representative to go ahead and come out of this division.
Your class winner of Class 108 and your champion Shorthorn Plus pair goes to Twisted S Ranch. We will allow the judge a few minutes to take a quick picture with her, and then we will be starting our Shorthorn Plus heifer show. All right, we will get started with our Shorthorn Plus heifer show. Now entering the ring is Class 109, late spring yearling females. This will also be your Division I champion in reserve.
A nice pair of heifers here in this class. We're going to start with the black-hided one that doesn't want to cooperate, maybe 110% today, which I don't know if that's what is causing. You know, I'd love to see her maybe just be a little bit more flexible off of, especially out of her hip and hock area there, and fill her holes maybe just a little bit more. But when you get her stopped and standing still, you have to appreciate the boldness to her, the shape of her rib, and the outline that she gives you. One that I think just reads with a ton of quality. Be interesting to see a little bit later. Your calf coming out in second here. Let's not take anything away from that one, because that is a really good, very basic female that just lacks the extras. That's not to say that she has anything majorly wrong with her. That's a really nice female. I like her structure. I like her framework. I like the way she gets out and travels around the ring. Just one that we'd like to see come to us, maybe just a shot fresher with just a couple more show ring extras, just a little bit more pizzazz and a little bit more presence. But very nice heifer to close out that class.
Class 109 and Division 1 champion go to Futi Land and Cattle, and your reserve goes to Hidden Acres Ranch. Now entering the ring is Class 110 Early Spring Yearling Females. This will also be your Division 2 champion.
Class winner here, one you have to appreciate for her presence, one that ties her neck incredibly high. She's really clean through that throat latch and chest floor. Maybe has one shot of extra set to her hock, but it helps her get around the ring. She's nice, smooth. Love the way she's put together through her heart and forerib. Love to see maybe just a little bit more lower belly shape and expansion there, but really nice breed representative. Thank you.
Your Class 110 and Division 2 champion goes to Double L Bloodline Cattle. Now entering the ring is Class 111 Junior Yearling Females. This will also be your Division 3 champion. And directly after this class, we will be picking our champion ShorthornPlus females.
An impressively marked up female here to win this single entry class. One that I think that they've done a fantastic job of getting in show condition while still keeping that front 1/3 fresh. You know, her belly shape's right. I love the way she reads in her angles. She's soft, she's flexible, she's off of both ends. Yeah, would we love to maybe see a little bit more substance right at the ground and a little bit bolder in her bone work and maybe in her upper hip shape. However, one that you have to appreciate is just a very soft, maternal, the kind that you can kick out on grass and is going to be incredibly profitable for you for a lot of years.
Our Class 111 and Division 3 champion goes to Cattail Ridge Farms. We will now be selecting our champion ShorthornPlus female. Please bring your class winners and seconds back into the ring.
Well, really nice trio of heifers here for your ShorthornPlus Grand Drive. I'm just going to very quickly cover my bases again. I think we've got the highest presented, maybe most show heifer extras up front here. Again, one still doesn't want to cooperate, and I said just still can't maybe decide if that's 110% not cooperation or if she is just a little bit stiffer and a little bit more upright in the design to her hock and the flexibility out of her hip. But one you have to appreciate for the presence that she brings to the ring. Young ladies fighting her hind end off here. We appreciate that. Heifer out of your second class, like I said, very, very basic, really long-sided. Love the length to her hip. I love the bone work and the substance up underneath her and the presence out of her front 1/3. One that probably... if you just stand here and look at the contemporaries on either side, I think that there's a lot of good in that one. There's probably one that just needs a little bit more time on feed to probably compete with the heifers on either side of her, but one that you have to appreciate the quality there. And then the big heifer coming out of the last class, we talked about her. She's the softest. She's the most maternal. She's the easiest fleshing, the easiest keeping, all of the above. The question there is there maybe just quite enough of her. Depends on what kind of cattle you like. So I'm going to go out here and look through them one more time. I'll get you guys a champion and a reserve. Thanks.
Our champion ShorthornPlus female goes to Foodie Land and Cattle. Our reserve champion female goes to Cattail Ridge Farms. We will now pick our champion Shorthorn cow-calf pair prior to taking pictures with the heifers. Now entering the ring will be class 112 cow-calf pair.
Well, nice purebred cow-calf pair here. Cow, you have to appreciate, moderate structure is awesome. I love her, actually, her udder shape and her teat size and the way she ties all that together. Obviously doing a phenomenal job because there's a very, very nice little heifer calf on her side. Really good looking. Be very interesting to watch the little one grow and develop and see what mom can do. Be interesting to see that pair in 6 months. Your
Class 112 and champion Shorthorn cow-calf pair goes to Cheerful Acres. We will now take a few minutes to allow the judge to take pictures with our champion and reserve champion ShorthornPlus females, as well as our purebred calf pair. After that, we will be moving right into our purebred Shorthorn female show. All right, we are ready to start our Purebred Shorthorn Heifer show. Now entering the ring is Class 113 Winter Heifer Calves. This will also be your Division I champion.
A young lady brought us a heater for Class 1 of the Purebred Shorthorns. It's a pretty interesting calf. To have that kind of presence up through her front 1/3 and you get in behind her and there's still plenty of muscle and shape. I love her lower belly shape, especially for this stage of her life. Joint work looks really good. Angles look really good. Very, very, very interesting young heifer calf. Will be very interesting to see a little bit later.
Your Class 113 and Division I champion goes to Bishop Family Cattle, LLC. Now entering the ring will be Class 114 Senior Heifer Calves. The winners out of this class will also be your Division II champion and reserve champion.
Well, very interesting class here. You got all different shapes and sizes, and I guess you just got to decide what it is that you like to do. For me, I like the red one with the wide belly. That one just hits me as very, very basic. I love her structure off both ends. I like the way she gets out and travels. I think she's the loosest and the most comfortable when asked to lead. Do I think that she's the heaviest structured or the heaviest muscled or the farthest along in this class? No, but I think that she's the one that fits together in this class probably the best. The problem heifer for me is the one that comes out in second. That's probably the heifer that has the most ESTs in this class, right? She probably is the biggest leg. She probably is the heaviest muscled. She probably is the softest middled right now. My problem with her lies in performance. I mean, and I like big cattle, but I mean, weight per day of age on that one is pretty incredible, which should be a positive. But for me, I mean, at this stage of the game, that one's liable to be 7.5 frame. She's just a little bit big for me for today. And then young man's Kiev coming out in third, not taking anything away from her because it's a very, very good, very, very basic type of a female. I like her framework. I like that. I like the condition that she's showing. I like that. I think she is very, very appropriate for where she is in her life. For me personally, I would like to loosen her up from hock to ground just a little bit. Maybe tie the way she puts her neck into the front side of her shoulder blade just a little bit neater, but a really, really nice calf.
Your Class 114 and Division II champion goes to Miller Farms. Your reserve division goes to Caitlin Olson.
Well, so far in this show, our single entries have been awesome. I would say that to this point in the show, this is probably what I would deem the best fed one so far. I love where they've got this one in her condition. She is as close to 12 o'clock as you can get her without losing anything in her chest floor or her throat latch or her underline. I think that they've done a fantastic job with this female. I think her structure's awesome. I like the way she moves off of both ends. She's maybe just a touch upright when asked to move out of the front end of her skeleton, and maybe because of that might be why she doesn't tie quite as high as maybe is perfect, but that is a really, really, really nice female to go ahead and win this single entry.
Your Class 115 and Division III champion goes to Olson Family Shorthorns. Now entering the ring will be Class 116 late spring yearling females.
Well, I would say if anybody wanted to come bring a calf that is my speed, the white one did. The biggest problem I got with her is that she's white. That is a pretty impressive creature. I love the way she gets out and travels off both ends. She's so fresh through that front 1/3. Her underline shape, the shape to her cage when you get behind her is incredible. And I love that she has muscle, but it's flat, smooth, feminine muscle. It's not round. That's a pretty elite way to start this class off, in my opinion. Now, the heifer that comes out in second is really, really, really nice. That's just a basic kind of a female. I love the freshness, and I love the flexibility. I love the added length, the spine, out over her hip. I just think that that's a really, really nice basic place to be for second. Your heifer coming out in third, I think, is maybe a little bit stouter than your heifer in second, maybe just a little bit further along in her condition, maybe a little better through her heart and forerib. For me, the problem lies when you want to get her on the move. That one kind of wants to snap her ankle and get a little posty out of her hock, but a really nice heifer to fill the third hole. Your heifer here in fourth is one you have to appreciate for the femininity through her front 1/3, and the combination of that with the added bone work and mass right at the ground. One that today probably just needs a little bit more groceries, a little more belly, and I'd love to square her up out of her pin set just a little bit. And then the heifer rounding out the class, again, another one you have to appreciate for that Shorthorn breed character through her front 1/3. Just one that today just needs a few more groceries and a little more substance at the ground to get any higher in the class.
Your Class 116 winner goes to C5 Farms, and your second place goes to Hidden Acres Ranch. Now entering the ring is Class 110, late spring yearling females. Immediately following this class, we will be picking our Division 4 champions.
Well, again, we got a lot of different shapes and sizes, and a top pair that doesn't look anything like each other. But we're going to go ahead and start off with the white one. I think that for me, she's probably just the most comfortable hawk to ground when you ask them to leave. Yes, I would love to fix her from her pin set and elevate her tail head just a little bit, just square her up out of that rear 1/3. But really, that's probably my biggest knock on her, right? I mean, that's a nice cowie, very, very complete, not a whole lot of flaws, one that comes at you with a lot of added foot and bone, heaviness of structure, extra rib shape. One I probably liked as a very basic, very, very basic shorthorn heifer that I think does a lot of good for the breed. Your heifer coming out in second, I think, is maybe your little bit more prototypical shorthorn heifer, a little larger, a little prettier. I love the flexibility off both ends of her skeleton. One for me today that I think if we could soften her up right at her navel area and give her just a little more swoop and turn to the center part of her body, she probably runs a little bit harder in this class. Young lady's doing a phenomenal job with a very, very nice heifer coming out here in third. I think one that just kind of checks a lot of boxes. Doesn't really just reach out and grab you anywhere, but doesn't really get herself beat anywhere. Just structure off both ends is really, really good. I like the soft maternal shape. I think one that feeds really, really nice. I think a really, really nice project for a young lady to handle in what is obviously one of her first couple of years. I really like the young lady in red's heifer coming out next. One I probably initially thought maybe I might have just a little bit higher. I think presentation is really good. I think that there's a lot of good in that one. But when that one wants to stop and she wants to camp out a little bit, she kind of wants to jack her tail head and her pin set quite a ways up in the air, wants to fall apart in her spine just a little bit. And just one that you like right as she stops, and then the longer she stands, the more she starts to fall apart for me, the more issues start to pop up. Young lady's heifer coming out next. Another one that I really like the framework. I really like the structure. I like the added substance of foot and bone. I like the length of her hip. For me, when she gets her stopped, it's just a little too about her chest floor and out through her throat latch. But one that young lady does a fantastic job getting stuck. Just for me, is not my speed of heifer. And then young lady's heifer rounding out the class. One you have to appreciate for the flexibility from hawk to ground, the length of her hip, length of spine. I like the way she ties her chest floor into her heart and her hip. But for me, just pushing a little too much chest and lacking a little substance of bone and power and muscle for me here today.
Our Class 117 winner goes to Square B Cattle Co. Second goes to Badwater Cattle Company. We will now be picking your Division 4 champion.
I think you got two very different speeds in your respective class winners here. I think you're one that comes out of your first class of this division. You're not going to outcool that one very many days. The way that one ties her front 1/3 together and comes out up-headed, and obviously knows she's a show effort. She's got her ears forward 90% of the time. That's just one that as a guy standing 40 feet away hits you pretty darn hard. Doesn't matter what ring you're in, I don't think. At any level, that one's going to grab your attention. Your heifer out of your second class, I think, is totally different. That's a meat and potatoes kind of cow. That one's got a little more substance of foot and bone, a little more muscle. She's very, what I would describe as dense. Now, she's not near as cool in the way she ties herself together. I wish that she would come out of the top side of her blade with a little more presence and a little sleeker and a little flatter right there at the top crest of her neck. But that's two really good heifers, and that's not taking anything away from their respective seconds because there is a pair of very good seconds there. For me, the decision on Grandin Reserve in this division comes out of the first two classes. Young ladies heifer out of the first class is going to win this division. Young man out of the second class, you're going to be reserved.
Your Division 4 champion goes to C5 Farms, and your reserve goes to Square B Cattle Co. Congratulations to our exhibitors. We will now be entering Class 118, Early Spring Yearling Females. Well, another nice white one to win another class.
Heifer, I think does so pretty handily in this class. You know, she's got the extra bone, the extra foot. I think she gets out and travels around the ring plenty comfortably. I mean, she's got a little extra skin in her chest. I'd love to maybe tie her right into the top side of her blade a little bit better. But one, you have to appreciate the way the center cage of her body is put together and the presence that she comes to you with. One major flaw for me that does bother me, she does have 5 teats, which is very, very disconcerting as a judge, and it sticks out on a white one. It bothers me just a little bit in that one, but a really, really nice female that I think needs to win this class rather handily. I think your heifer comes out in second, does so again, fairly logically. I think that's just a nice basic female. She's got good reach, good flex off both ends of her skeleton. I mean, I would love to clean up the design to her feet and her dew claw, but one that I think just comes to you with just a little bit more belly shape and a little bit more of a maternal look than the couple heifers below her. Your heifer that comes out in third, I think does so just based on structure. One, I'd love to see with a little more performance and a little bit more weight per day of age, but I think she's just square out over her hip and her pin set ties her front end just together a little bit neater and a little smoother through her heart and forerib. Big stout one here that comes out to round out the class, one with a little bit more weight per day of age, one we can appreciate for that. For me, I just need to relax her spine and elevate her pin set and just square her up as a whole just a little bit, keep her from getting up underneath herself quite so hard.
Your Class 118 winner goes to John Reeve. Second place goes to Hibiki Family Livestock. Now entering the ring is Class 119, late spring early yearling females. And immediately following this, we will be picking our Division 5 champion.
I think a very logical place to start in this class. Young lady does an awesome job showing her calf. They're obviously on the same page. This is not the first time they've done this together. Heifer that I think just does everything pretty right. I mean, she's very, very basic in her makeup, but she gets out, she reaches, she flexes, she hits you very, very, very well with the presence in the ring. You know, if you go to nitpicking on her, yeah, I would love to soften her up right at her navel. Just a little bit more lower turn there to her. But I think one that just does everything else very, very, very good in this class, and I think a very logical place to start here. The sort for me came, and young lady, if you would go ahead and pull your heifer out, between 2 and 3. And I'm a hypocrite because I get mad when people do this to me. I believe in the long run that the heifer in 3 can be a handful. I love that one's intangibles. I love the way that she's put together. I love her outline. The young lady does a phenomenal job sticking her and getting the best out of that calf she possibly can. For me today, there's just not enough belly and enough maturity in that one. She's just not ready enough. And that is where your calf, I think, becomes a logical second place right here. That is just a very basic, very maternal, very moderate, very soft, very, very functional cow that I think just surfaces herself to second just by not beating herself. I think that's a really, really good female. Doesn't maybe have the extras through her front 1/3 and the presence of her class winner, but that's a very, very good female that is really hard to poke a hole in. Again, like I talked, I love the 1 and 3rd. I think young lady does a phenomenal job. I think you take that heifer home and you just go to feeding on her and feed her hard for a while, and let's see what happens, because I think that there is some really, really intriguing pieces in that one for later on down the road. And I don't even know if it's this summer. It might be this fall. But I think that that's one that if you can manage and feed and get enough belly and enough cover and enough hair on her, that one could be very, very intriguing to see stacked up against a lot of Shorthorns later in the year. Young man's doing a phenomenal job with very moderate, very basic, very cowy heifer here. One, I'm not a huge fan of talking head shape, but for me, she's just a little shorter and squarer muzzled and just reads that way all the way through her body, right? Just a little bit more compact, a little bit more moderate, but she's so soft through her middle 1/3, so flexible off either end of her framework that I thought she was a very basic place to go from there. Young lady here has a really, really nice red and white calf, and young lady does a phenomenal job getting her stuck. One that I think when standing still, you can appreciate a lot of things about her. For me personally, where she has to sort herself is when you ask her to get out and move. One that just isn't quite flexible enough off either end of her framework, and especially from hock to ground off of her rear end. You'd really just like to loosen her up and let her get out and go a little bit more. Young lady does a phenomenal job here coming out next. For one, these last 2 calves, there's a lot of classes that they would have been competing in the top half of the class, so I feel bad that they ran into such a deep class here today. But the young lady's heifer here, I appreciate the length of hip, the flexibility, the maternal shape to the center portion of her body. For me, I just like to see her balance up just a touch more, maybe come to us with just a little bit more substance and spread when we evaluate her as an individual. And then young lady rounding out the class is no doubt the biggest footed and the biggest legged one in the class. Very, very unique creature. I love the shape to her hip and the way she ties her front 1/3 together. It's between there that I have a problem from her hook bones to the back of her blade. If we could just get her top to just come together a little bit stronger, give her just a little bit more belly shape, I think that that's a really unique critter. But really, really nice place to round out the class. Like I said, and this is not a class to hang your hat or hang your head about being low in at all.
Your Class 119 winner goes to LB Livestock. Second place goes to White Oak Beef. We will now be picking our Division 5 champion.
Well, I think today your decision lies between your two class winners. Not taking anything away from here, we just got a couple extra show ring extras up here in this front pair, and I guess they're very similar, but just enough different that they're throwing me for a little bit of a loop. I mean, I think the one out of the first class, we're talking heavy structured, really good patterned. I prefer the way that she is constructed from hooks to pins over the heifer out of our second class. She's a little rigid right at the ground. She's a little straighter in her knee, and she does just a little bit wastier about her chest and through her throat latch than the calf behind her. However, she definitely has the advantage in true muscle, and I think in structural integrity, especially through that upper rear 1/3. That's not taking anything away from your calf out of your second class. I think presence is there. I think she's fed at 12 o'clock. She's obviously presented to be very elite today. Like I said, if I could make one major change about her, I would really like to square her up from hooks to pins and just elevate her just a touch there, just make her come together just a touch better there, right where that white spot is in the middle of her back. And maybe it's the white that's throwing it for me, and it's just a poor marking on a good heifer. I don't think that either of them are perfect, but I think that there's some trade-offs in them. I'm going to take one more quick look, and I'll get you guys a champion in reserve.
Our Division 5 champion goes to LB Livestock, and our Reserve Division champion goes to John Reeby. Now entering the ring is Class 120 Junior Yearling Females. This will also be your Division 6 champion.
Well, an interesting top pair to start this class. Very, very, very different cattle. I think the dark red one that I'm going to go ahead and use, I think just does it just in structural integrity and class. I think that's the way, if the number one descriptor for me of that female is just classy. I love the design to her head. I love the way she ties everything together through her front 1/3. Might be the best hock to ground calf that we've seen today. Obviously, she is lacking a little bit of hair. Obviously, we would love to see her navel tied together a little bit better. We would love to see her balance up with just a little bit more lower rib shape, but I think just her structural integrity and her presence sorts herself to the top in this class for me. It's probably a heifer, again, like the heifer I talked in the last class at 3rd. One of those that's probably not ready anytime in the near future, but one of these days when she does get ready, I have a feeling is going to be a pretty impressive creature in the show ring. Young man's calf coming out in 2nd. Definitely softer, definitely more maternal. But for me, her problem lies in 2 areas. I think she's just a little more rotated forward in her blade, and as a result, doesn't want to hook up quite as high in the way that she ties her neck into the top of her shoulder blade. And then when I get in behind her, her pin set and her hip structure reads plenty flat. I'd love to see a little bit more turn to the top side of her skeleton and her framework, and maybe just a touch more real muscle in that one. But a very high presented heifer. Young man's done a great job with her. Heifer rounding out the class, again, another one that ran into a pretty tough class, much like the last one. But you have to appreciate the length of body, the flexibility off of either end of her framework. Again, one that we would just like to see a touch softer through the middle portion of her belly and just balance up just a touch better from the side.
Your Class 120 and Division 6 champion goes to Kelsey Cooney, and your reserve champion goes to Square B Cattle Co. Now entering the ring is Class 121 senior yearling females. This will also be your Division 7 champion. Immediately following this, we will be picking our purebred champion females.
Anybody who's ever been around my program knows that we have a soft spot for well-fed senior yearlings. And I would say that this one fits the bill. To be at this stage of her life and this young lady to have her chest floor so neat and her throat latch so incredibly tight for a senior yearling is pretty impressive. Young lady's done a phenomenal job. Hair works good. I think her balance is awesome. I love her structure. Maybe just a touch straight in the angle to her hock and her knee, but that's getting pretty nitpicky on one that is obviously getting close to the end of her show career, and to have been on feed this long and still present such a show heifer look is pretty impressive. So congratulations, young lady.
Our Division 7 champion goes to Olson Family Shorthorns. Now entering the ring will be our grand and reserves out of the last 7 divisions. We'll be picking our champion and reserve champion purebred shorthorn female.
Well, if you guys would please put your hands together. This has been a phenomenal show. The top end in particular has been awesome. I've been very, very, very pleased. I'm going to quickly just run through them again because I think they justify it. I think that there's cattle out here that at some stage in their life, whether it's today or on down the road, are going to be handfuls in any show ring in the country that you want to put them in. So I commend you, Wisconsin Shorthorn breeders. This has been spectacular. I'm going to start with your youngest calf here. I think one that is phenomenal. I alluded to it in class. That one hit me really, really, really hard. Just so classy in the design to the front 1/3 of her skeleton. So flexible out of her rear 1/3. Still reads with true, genuine softness through the middle part. I love the shape to her muscle. I think that on down the road is wildly, wildly good. The question is she old enough and just ready enough to compete here today for one of the 2 spots? I don't know if we were doing the top 5, yeah, absolutely. I would reach out. I think that one is wildly, wildly good. I haven't made my mind up. That one's good. Calf that comes out of your 2nd division, September calf, one that we really appreciated for just the added substance of foot and bone and the balance. I think one that just fits out here in this lineup and holds her own very, very well. There's a couple small structural issues. Yes, a guy would absolutely love to fix, but I think they're very, very small. I think one that won that division pretty logically. Really, really like that heifer in the 2nd division. The one that came out of the 3rd division, we alluded to how well fed she was. We really, really like how ready that they have been able to have that one for an August heifer without losing any part of her throat latch or her chest floor or pones. I think it's pretty impressive, and I think one that gets around the ring pretty good. I love the depth from navel to forerib. I think that there's a lot of good in that one. The white one that comes out next, we talked about. We love her structure. We love how loose she is. We love her presence up front. I think the longer she's out here, the more I would want to pick on her. I think that I would love to see her maybe just a touch softer, right in the middle is part of her underline, and maybe a little bit of that might just be the maternal, the breeding heifer guy in me. I think if a guy maybe cut just a little bit of that hair out of her flank, I think she might just turn with a little bit more swoop. But I think that that's a really, really good heifer that represents this breed really, really well. The red and white heifer that comes out next, we alluded to, we know our pin set bothers me. Everything else I think is phenomenal. One that I genuinely appreciate for the amount of mass she carries, all the way from the rear end of her structure and her skeleton all the way through the front, and yet she still comes to you so chiseled through her throat latch. Yeah, you could maybe tighten her chest floor up just a touch, but that's a really, really, really good female out here today. We talked about your January class winner, one that she's got all the parts and pieces. I love either end of her framework as well as any of them in this lineup. For me today, she probably doesn't come into contention just because of what is in between those 2 parts. If you break her into thirds, 2/3 of her is elite. Her middle third just has to grow and develop, and maybe a baby calf and a little more time on feed, and that one's there. And then we just kind of breezed through the senior yearling, but the senior yearling is one that I think holds her own out here very, very, very well, and one I think is definitely in contention. Like I touched on in that class, I mean, pretty phenomenal in the way that they have been able to keep her so fresh, and yet she's still soft and maternal through her middle section. I think she moves good enough off of her rear end. I think her front end structure is really, really good. Maybe if I could soften her up from hock to ground just a little bit, but that's getting pretty nitpicky on one that, like I said, is nearing the end of her show career, and you don't know how heavy bred or not bred she is, but I think one that looks like she should be calving at some point here in the next handful of months. I think that's pretty awful darn good senior yearling, one that probably could have stood a whole lot more competition in that division. So I'm going to go out here and give them one last look, and I will pick you guys a champion in reserves. Thank you guys for having me. Wisconsin Shorthorn Breeders, thank you guys very, very much. It's been an honor. I've spent a lot of time around the state. It's something I've always wanted to do. So thank you guys very, very much, and I'll go get you a champion in reserve.
Our champion purebred female goes to C5 Farms. Our reserve champion female goes to LB Livestock. Congratulations to all the exhibitors from today. And then one last reminder that please remember to take all of your bedding and manure home with you, and the blue garbage cans placed around the fairgrounds is where your garbage can go. Thank you, and thank you for coming and having a great weekend.
this. I wrote 1, 2, 3 on it.
Wonderful.
I don't know, will that help? And then I wrote the champion.
Yes, we did champion, but we didn't
This is the only one I don't have a placing for is
the showmanship.
well, I guess I didn't do the skiers. But I did most of the heifers. Maybe I got one there too. Yeah. So I mean that this is my copy and I kinda did it, but I guess I didn't do the steer part.
I guess so. Yeah, his stuff I didn't notice.
No, it's supposed to be in the quizzes call. Because you think she forgot. It is what it is.
And you know, I said to Hannah though, there's a lot going on.
Like a little description or something for anybody who does that.
Yeah, and you know, I could have done it really easily over here. But like I say, with like the old
Yeah, like the
123.
right, and the Miller Farm. Yeah. I think that it was very confusing because I know it's hard enough to even line them up
Yeah.
when you're like, one, two. And then actually.
Do we have the empty garbage can? Did or didn't? Did we take that home?
supposed to bring some to cook for all